Hello, welcome back to the stream. So we are all set for the today's stream. So what we have today, some news regarding NVIDIA drivers. Let's check out. Chat. Right. Everything is looking good. All right. Capture audio in beta. No need for that. No need for being aggressive. Alright, this thing. Alright. We have Chrome is set up. Alright, let's check if so. As I have discussed this thing in my older stream, how NVIDIA drivers are ruining everything. Sometimes it's so stupid. So we have a video. This guy is really good. Daniel Owen. I have seen a lot of videos regarding the PCs, and of course Gamer Nexus and all these people. So this is what I was talking about in one of my live stream regarding the NVIDIA drivers update issues, and sometimes they just break the game entirely. So this guy has done comparison. I have not watched the video, so I'm going to watch with you. So the title is what is going on with NVIDIA drivers. All right, so let's check.
I keep seeing comments asking me to follow up on the driver issues I was reporting on in the video you see behind me, where I was testing out Resident Evil Requiem and noticed there was all sorts of problems with the drivers and performance in that game, but also there were other issues with the drivers as well, affecting overclocks, and there were a series of other issues that had hot fixes. It was absolutely a mess. So in this video, I'll give you a little background context on that. I will test out Resident Evil Requiem on the latest drivers, but also a little bit of a spoiler that there does seem to also already be a hot fix out for the latest driver, although this is for an issue that is seeming to be in Arknight's Enfield. So anyway, there's that. So, again, a little bit of a backstory. So, when Resident Evil Requiem launched, there was a, day one driver support originally ready for that game, but it was instantly pulled back because there was fan control issues noted with that driver. So when the game launched, it didn't actually have the day one driver when it was being tested out. And some users were noticing that if you went back to an extremely old driver, like 576.88, you would see significantly increased performance. And I tested it out on a couple of GPUs, the 5090 and the 4070 Ti Super, to get something from the 40 series, something from the the 50 series, and other users, other videos, comments, etc., tested out on other GPUs and also noticed the same things.
I think I have discussed this issue regarding the NVIDIA driver 575, around like that, 570 or 575. So I had the issue with that update. I don't know why my all of the games start lagging and doing weird stuff in the video game. So yeah.
I then, in this video, also followed up with a driver that was supposed to actually bring the Resident Evil Requiem support. That was 595.71. And while it had slightly improved things compared to the driver that was available at release, it wasn't as good as the driver that had been available, months prior when you were comparing against that. Now, however, that version of the driver had some significant issues with voltages when overclocking. There was, articles about it. The NVIDIA's GPU driver totally wrecked user overclocks, and there was a hot fix released for that, which was then incorporated into some follow-up drivers. So fully released drivers at this point have repaired the overclocking issues. You can control voltages back to how they used to be. However, like I said, the current driver does still have issues. There is a hotfix available, and this one is regarding specifically stuttering issues in Arknight's Endfield. It's unclear if there's any other issues there, and we would expect that this hotfix be rolled into the next full release driver, which we would expect fairly soon, since we do have promised the final release of DLSS multi-frame gen with the dynamic mode and 6x frame gen promised at the end of March, which would just be in less than a week now. So we would be expecting yet another driver update coming there. But what I'm testing out in this video, as we'll see here, once again on the 4070 Ti Super, followed by the 5090 to get a couple different GPU generations in there. What I'm testing out here is the latest driver that is currently available, but without the hotfix. So this is on the far right, driver 595.97. Also, I have reordered my footage to be in the how oldest to newest driver version. So on the far left here, what we're seeing is the old drivers that were ancient even at the time of Resident Evil Requiem's release, but people noticed they were getting the best performance on that. When we look at relative performance, I'm going to set that as the 100% baseline. Here we see driver 591.86, which was the one that was actually available when the game launched, because the actual game support specific day one driver had.
So we have like, if you see the difference between these two, it's big. Let's assume this is 60 and this is 76. It's like 16 frames. By the way, it's total like 18 frame, but let's assume. So we have like 16 frame difference between this update and this update. That's crazy. 16 FPS is a lot. FPS are, if you are getting the 16 FPS difference between the updates, then it's a lot. It's really a lot. Because all of the people out there do not have the highest system like the 5090 or the 4070. Even 4070 is big graphic card and pricey. And if you are not hitting the 60 FPS for the 4070, then things are questionable. And for those who are still using the like 3050 like me, and you are getting like 60 FPS difference, then this is way too much for me, because the graphic card do not hit the 60 marks for average gameplay. And if you are not getting 60 FPS and even the performance are reduced from 60 FPS, that's it a lot. And some of the games are like 45, 50 FPS you get on the system. So they makes huge difference.
Had been pulled due to the fan control issues. And then the next one over, we see 595.71, which was the official release that added in Resident Evil Requiem support, but didn't actually seem to get performance up to on par with the oldest driver versions I had compared with. And on the far right, we have what is, as of today, the full latest release driver. When you just go into your NVIDIA app and download the latest driver, this is 595.97. And what we're seeing here on the 4070 Ti Super at 1440p max settings, which includes path tracing, but also DLSS performance, and I'll make myself tiny and out of the way now, we can see that in this intro city scene, which is what this is testing, that the newest driver is now actually slightly ahead of the ancient drivers, 576.88. We're seeing 72 FPS versus 70. It's a 3% improvement. So basically on par with those drivers, but significantly better than the regressed performance that we had seen on the launch version drivers and the official day one support driver that was out, the one that didn't get pulled.
Look at the vote usage. It's 265, it's 233. The difference is huge. It's almost 20-25 different. The difference is really huge.
Anyway, so that's what we're seeing here. Now, next I'm testing out the central hall area because I had seen on the previous drivers that this scene actually performed about the same on all of the GPUs. This is still the 1440p max settings with path tracing and DLSS performance on the 4070 Ti Super, and that's what I'm seeing here as well. Apologies that I didn't quite line up the camera angle perfectly on all of these, but basically I'm just testing that performance does seem to be exactly the same, regardless of which driver version we're using, including the newest one. It had already seemed the same in this scene. So my earlier reporting already had mentioned that depending on the scene you're testing, you might not see issues. The next scene that I tested was the intro cinematic, which once again shows about the same performance on all driver versions tested, although technically the newest one, 595.97, does actually show a 2% and 2 FPS performance increase at 116 versus 114, but those aren't the kinds of changes that you'd really notice. Now, before we switch over to the 5090, I do want to pull back to the initial scene where we see the largest differences.
Cutscenes do not matter. Even my 3050 runs them smoothly. Even the gameplay is not that smooth, but the cutscenes are really smooth. So cutscenes are not do not matter that. But the thing which do matter is the gameplay. If gameplay is not as smooth as the cutscene, then it's bad.
And highlight the wattage that the card is reporting right here, because in the oldest driver, we had seen the card.
Yeah, and as I said that the vote is crazy, bro. It's almost like 20 or 25 vote difference.
Pulling close to 270 watts in this scene, whereas on the launch, at launch of the game, the driver was only pulling about 224 watts here. And then on the official game supported driver, we were up to 236 watts, but still well short of the 270 watts that we were pulling with the oldest driver version. Notice that the newest driver version is right back up to that kind of 270 watt range. So it looks like whatever was holding back the card from reaching its full potential seems to have been sorted out in this driver version. Now, I should also mention that these are old tests that I did compared to a new one done today, so there are additional variations.
Now you're probably thinking these numbers do not matter, but you have to understand that NVIDIA is not a small company. It's a trillionaire company. So even these 10 and 20 FPS reduction in the performance, it's huge for a company which like cost you a graphic card like $1,000. It's huge.
Variables in this testing because the game has had some updated patches and things like that too. So I'm not completely isolating for the driver as the only variable here. I'm basically just testing what the game was like at launch on a few different driver versions and then what the game's like now on the latest driver version. So I will throw that in as a caveat on this isn't entirely scientifically isolating for the variable of game version. As well. So the point is, though, that the game does seem to be fixed on the, if you play it right now on the latest driver version, latest game version. We're now switching over to the 5090, where I had also seen regressed performance. And that does also seem to be fixed in this intro scene. And in fact, 5% improvement over the oldest driver, which previously was the best performance. And I noticed I just set this 100% wrong right here. I'm going to cover that up. It is not 100%. Here, can I?
Now look at the. It's more than, you can say, the 60, around 60 watt, less than a 60, but it's huge. This amount of difference is really huge. Here is 40, and these are almost same. So these two do not, they do not have that much difference, but if you compare these things, these three, these really make a lot of difference. If you are playing on the budget system, these kind of updates ruin the budget. mm, you can say the budget player. So
Put myself in
NVIDIA need. Uh, I do not understand. The NVIDIA team do not test these things before rolling out or something. It's kind of weird.
front of that. It's not 100% on this one. Sorry, that's a typo. It was 83 FPS versus 87. 83 is not 100% of 87, believe it or not. But anyway, we are on the best performance version now. Looks like the typo is corrected in this scene. I type all those in by hand, so sorry, apologies for the mistake. Now, this scene, I had seen a regression on the original version of the game, drivers, but then that had already been corrected in the official driver, launch for the game with 595.71. And here we're seeing, again, slight improvement by one more frame per second, although my camera angle isn't perfectly synced up. So perhaps that 1% improvement is just a camera angle difference. Anyway, the point is everything seems to be fixed. And again, the third scene that I tested, this is on the 5090 again. By the way, the 5090 is being tested at 4K max settings with path tracing DLSS performance. Here we are seeing that I have some typos again. I apologize, guys. Okay, I'm just going to scroll to the end scene. I'm going to mention that, sorry, I screwed up some of the typos on this. You can see the actual performance numbers here. The middle one is the average. So we're seeing 130, 114, 134, 135. We can see, I think my percentages here were mostly okay, but I seem to have screwed up the actual raw FPS average there, so my apologies. The point is that we can see that the latest version is indeed the best version, and once again, we can see that the power issues seeming to stop the card from drawing the wattage, it's especially accentuated in this intro scene. These seem to have been solved on the 5090 as well, where
One more thing, if you see the latency, here is it's like 10.5, here is 14, here is 14.5, and here is 11.3. If these are identical, why they have the different latency?
on the opening scene on the oldest driver version, we were drawing about 531 watts, whereas when the game launched on that driver version, we were seeing 471 watts. And then on the official, Resident Evil Requiem supported driver, we were up to 584.4 watts. And then now on the current driver and game version, we're up to 534 watts. So again, some sort of issue seemed to be holding back GPUs, and I tested both 40 and 50 series in this game, at least in certain scenes when the game launched and on the various driver versions. But the oldest driver version, 576.88, didn't seem to have that hang up. And we do seem to be back on par with that, if not a couple percent ahead, single digits anyway. So if you've been holding off on updating your drivers when playing through Resident Evil Requiem, it does seem to be that the latest game version and drivers do have that sorted out. And like I said, the main known issue with the current driver version does have a hot fix available if you're also playing Arknight's Enfield. Hopefully, we start seeing a little less driver variants and issues on these latest drivers and all that. Seems like it's been a bit of a rough year for NVIDIA drivers compared to their typical standards. So hopefully we see things getting a little bit more stable from here on out, not having to worry so much about which driver version you're using when playing the latest, biggest releases of the year. Anyway, hopefully you guys found the video useful and or interesting. You could let me know in the comment section if you're seeing other types of driver issues. No promises on whether or not I'd be able to do a video investigating them, but it couldn't hurt to let me know or share that information with each other. And I hope all of you have an excellent day.
ये नया टीवी न्यूसेंस है, ये सिर्फ गोदी मीडिया ही नहीं, सब
Yeah, these are the things we are talking about regarding the NVIDIA updates, driver updates, and of course they are using the AI, their DLS5. I think AI. I I think it's both good and bad. DLSS5. Mm, why? Because some of the games look really bad. That's why. So people can use those things to improve the graphics or something. But if game is already good looking, then we do not need that thing like DLSS5 on or something. So these are the things we need to consider. There is one more thing. Mhm. See, this is what I'm talking about regarding the DLSS5. If this game already look good, there's no doubt about that. If you have played or seen the videos, then it's actually look good without the 5. But it's look it, it do not please the players. This is the simple wording for this. This thing, these things, it's good, no problem, but the clothing and everything is look good. But the facial things, it's look kind of off, and we are afraid of these things, the AI things. So it's bad. It's look like a maze. It it's it's good if the game is bad looking. It's good, but what is the difference? They just change the lighting. That's all. There's no difference between the character facial things. They just change the lighting. There's no other difference. The only difference is the lighting. But here, it's completely different. The lighting and of course they completely change the face. If you see, this look like this one, and if you see after that, it's completely different. It's not the same. But here it's does look like the same, but they just change the lighting. That's all. What's happening. And here it's look bad. This look really, really off. It's looking good without the 5 if it is off, but if as soon as you on it, it's look weird. Like her face look realistic, but all the other things look artificial. So it do not align with the environment and all of this. That's why people are saying it's not looking good. This looks really weird. Now I have seen this image. This is even worse than the last one. What is this? They changed the character completely into different character. The character here looking different. And here they just make it Keanu Reeves. Look like young Keanu Reeves. What's going on? These are the things they are going to give us instead of actually working on their drivers, which is the core issue. I have a video regarding this. It's way too slow. And I do not know why Chrome is being this lazy. Chrome is really being too lazy. Alright, so this is the video. The same video.
The fusion of 3D graphics and artificial intelligence. This is DLSS 5. Take a look at it.
This is what I am talking about. They only focus on the character face and they did not focus on the overall environment, and that thing is look completely off when you see the overall picture. Yeah.
Other than re-emphasizing its love for global surveillance and military
It feels like you put the PNG, and inside that PNG you have a character which is the you can say the 2D or 3D character. Then you just swap his face with the realistic man or the other character, realistic character. So it's kind of look really bad.
company Palantir with tasteful heart emojis, NVIDIA today announced DLSS 5. That
What
stands
the heck?
for Deep Learned Super Slop 5. DLSS 5 takes the revolutionary approach of applying a custom
See, this is really bad. This thing, this whole change is really bad. It do not align with the environment.
tuned, deep learned, fully trained, advanced 2019 Instagram selfie filter to video games to ensure characters are always shown under 5500K studio lights even when fighting zombies in dark alleys, including full lip filler, lipstick, makeup that the artist forgot to apply when the character left the house, and NVIDIA even debuted its new DLSS model PT, which stands for Peter Thiel, that applies a realistic reptilian eye effect to NPCs.
Yep, there will be some glitches or bugs, of course. It's AI and it's coding. It's not even coding at this point.
The entire internet
It's
memes
just mixing bunch of images and putting on the character face. That's what's going on.
on DLSS 5. We stitched some of them together.
Well, this is going to scare you a little bit. I'm going to flip the slide, and don't gasp. So we're going to go through the schematic for the rest of the time.
That's crazy.
This is my best slide. Every time I asked the team, what's my best slide? Repeatedly, this was it. They
I hope this is fake, not real.
say, don't do it, Jensen. Don't do it. I said, no. These seats are free for some of you. So this is your price of admission.
But Jensen made it clear, if you don't like how DLSS 5 looks, and these are the real ones now, actually, then simply, you're wrong.
This is
Well,
fake.
first of all, they're completely wrong. The reason for that is because, as I explained very carefully, DLSS 5 fuses controllability of geometry and textures and everything about the game with generative AI.
When it's not busy AI generating dating profile pictures used to scam old people in other countries, DLSS 5 is busy creating yassified fan edits of soccer players midfield with full studio lighting and flash photography. Because now the game is being a photographer for GQ magazine instead, before which point it applies a moire effect to the shirt as an
See, this look really bad.
alien prepares to burst out of his chest while
See, if you notice, this character has the smearing on his t-shirt, but this is completely fine because maybe the reason is the AI they are using, they are just focusing on the main frame, which is center, not the side frames like these. And he does have some issues with t-shirt, but if you see this guy, it's completely fine.
simultaneously slopifying an arm. Or, as one commenter said, quote, they somehow made the 15-year-old character look like the 38-year-old
Yeah, this is what I talk about. It's look like Keanu Reeves.
Zach Oyama, end quote. DLSS blasts the ever-loving shit out of the contrast, saturation, exposure, and color grading of scenes that were built with a particular feeling in mind, but now feel like a fucked up HDR video on an unsupported device. And
It look like some kind of IT ads, the last frame.
in mind, but now feel like a fucked up HDR
It look like some AI company trying to sell their product.
video on an unsupported device, and in some cases even appear to literally change the
come
character.
on.
In the Requiem demo, in the first frame of the comparison, you can see that DLSS 5 has the appearance of giving Grace a broader, stronger jawline, while also giving her a nose job to lift the nose upward. Not to mention eye enlargement that also lifts them up, more sharply defined curves on the lacrimal canal, and then curves on the upper lash line on the outside. All for a cost of only 2 RTX 5090s. Cheaper than a trip to Korea or
God. Wait, what? Oh, 1590. It's required 1590. Oh, that's daylight robbery.
Turkey for surgery. That's not to mention the eyeshadow and the eyeliner they threw in there for free. It's almost like someone said, hey, if we train AI on what's considered conventionally attractive in social media so that we can subconsciously manipulate people.
Listen, we do not need this thing. We actually do not need all of these things. We just need the. If it is a story game, then 60 FPS is enough. If it is FPS games, then 100 FPS is enough. That's all. That's the whole thing. I do not know why these people are just making the simple thing more complicated for everyone.
Extend their engagement time with the media by just a little bit longer for reasons they can't quite understand, with the long-term possibility of using millions of data points we've scraped for each person via a combination of their LLM usage from things like ChatGPT on accounts that they've connected to our services through data partnerships with companies like Meta, OpenAI, dating apps, and game studios, thereby opening the door in the future to leverage generative AI in games in a way that appeals to the individual data profile that we've built for the user playing the game to best exploit them for more money through their weaknesses that we've algorithmically identified, and then they packaged it into step 1 and called it DLSS 5. And no, I did not speed that up in post. And yes, it is conspiracy brained. But then last time, we're gonna need a bigger hat. I said Venezuela would be a good source of oil for data center companies, and then the government said this.
Venezuela worked out really great, and we're taking out hundreds of millions of barrels of oil. Sort of my idea, like very much so. Build your own power plant And everybody thought I was kidding. They said, really, you can do that? How would you do that? I said, we'll get you fast permits. Because, you know, the data centers and you people are so big, you're the biggest in the world, but they've developed a little bit of a bad public, they need some PR help.
Drill, baby, drill. We're still power constrained.
So the conspiracy brain thing, I was just saying. Got a good track record.
And
Hello, DLSS 5.
one more thing. How much power will it draw just to make these changes? The graphics card which require the which trying to do all this complicated thing, the calculation, how much power it will draw? Is it even worthy?
Does modify the images, there are some things that it simply can't perfect. For example, this image, there's clearly no difference between the DLSS 5 version and the native rendering. So I don't know if DLSS 5 isn't working for that example, because as far as I'm concerned, they are literally indistinguishable. They look exactly the same. Native might even be better than DLSS 5 in this one, so it just, sometimes it doesn't even seem to work. We brought you this video with our brand new wireframe V2 mouse mat on store.camerasnexus.net, also accompanied by our new Micro Slop t-shirt that's on its way to our warehouse right now. These feature a parody Micro Slop logo with a blue screen of death frowny face, warning marks from a vent viewer, and our rendition of Tux the Penguin hidden away, and of course,
I thought it's about the Linux.
Micro Slop. So everyone you pass either thinks you work there for now, or they know your thoughts on AI. The wireframe V2 mouse mat on the GN store was made by Andrew on the team in Blender, fully 3D modeled, and then represented in a high quality mouse mat that you see here.
That's actually
And
nice.
down to earth quotes like this one.
You know, if you set up a factory, a plant, a DRAM plant, and I come in and say, you know what, go ahead and set up the DRAM plant because I'm gonna use it. That goes a long ways. You might as well take that to the bank, as many of them have. And so I think the fact that everything is scarce is fantastic for us.
You know, our
God damn.
mutual friend Jensen, tonight you can talk to him.
They really said that thing.
Yep. You know, clearly he needs a lot of memory for his Robin and the next generation product.
Between DLSS 5 reimagining the Altmer Hondatar as Joffrey Elfstein and fueling Epstein investment recipient Peter Thiel's co-founded company Palantir with technology that could be used in either war abroad or in surveillance against American citizens, Jensen Huang had a lot to talk about on stage at GTC. We'll start with the simplest, which is DLSS 5. DLSS 5 makes every single video game character look like it came from the same game, with the same shitty, I generated a dating profile picture to catfish people, mid-journey make it photorealistic prompt. So if you've ever thought to yourself, I like video games, but I hate that they have character and feeling, and I'd instead like them to all look like the Facebook manifestation of dead internet theory, where as you're scrolling, you just pass one after another fake image with thousands of maybe actual people commenting on the images or just bots, who the fuck knows. If you want that in a video game, then NVIDIA has you covered. And all of this comes during a time when building a computer is no longer viable for normal, actual people who don't say things like this.
The fact that everything is scarce is fantastic for us.
The quiet part isn't the quiet part anymore. Scarcity is good for business. I mean, if you're not trying to get the stuff, if you're selling it, but it's good for business. With system memory prices now at 5 times what they were in September, and SSD prices at least doubling, and it's going up faster.
That's crazy, bro. The pricing is crazy. Look at from here, November 2025 to Feb 2026. It's 200. It's the gain is 200, even more, in just 4 months.
Than that still, the slop is why normal end users can't afford RAM, or solid-state drives, or find GPUs. That's because the companies need to point all of that stuff at research and development for things like this.
Trustworthy AI.
But all of this is to try and make games look more photorealistic.
Did you see that thing?
Trustworthy AI.
But all of
This character
this is to try and make
and
games look
this one. They'll both look completely different.
more photorealistic, except photorealism shouldn't be the standard of what looks good.
If it is an environment thing, then it's good. But if it is changing the character appearance completely, then it's bad. It's super bad.
In a game, it can look good, but graphics and aesthetics are different things. While scrutinizing the company's marketing materials, we also noticed that nearly every DLSS 5 demo that NVIDIA shared only previewed the effects as they were applied on still shots. The main exception to this that we could find was in the EA Sports FC demo, in which we found several extremely apparent examples of artifacting and ghosting. Limited frames to analyze means we have limited frame-by-frame analysis, but we still noticed a few things. Here, the soccer ball artifacts heavily for several consecutive frames as the player kicks it into the net.
Because the computational, you can say the power is not enough to generate those frames. That's why you are seeing these artificial artification and the ghosting. Even the GPUs are not good enough to render all those things this fast. This is why we have these issues. And instead of fixing this kind of issue, NVIDIA is doing some crazy shit.
Even momentarily turning the player into Roger from American Dad, or if you prefer, Fivehead from Twitch. As the soccer ball enters the goal, it loses a spot in the net, bifurcates into two reality distortion balls momentarily, and then briefly vanishes before falling out of the net. We'd guess the artist's original vision for this was holodeck soccer. When the player runs off to celebrate, DLSS cuts off
And you may be wondering, these kind of details do not matter, but just think about, you have 1590 and you have paid like $2,000 or something, and you have high-end PC, and you are still facing these kind of glitch or artifacts or ghosting, and it's bad.
part of the player's left arm. That's got to be a red card or something. It produces major artifacts above the player's right arm, and overall just struggles with the character's outline. This doesn't look good for DLSS for launch, for 5 anyway, and points out a potential weak point for NVIDIA's latest revision, or maybe suggests that NVIDIA never fully addressed artifacting issues in previous DLSS versions. But either way, this certainly seems like why NVIDIA didn't really show any demos with movement, other than this one. Obviously, we don't have enough material to conduct a proper analysis. That being said, we don't think DLSS 5's first impressions here were promising. Interestingly, NVIDIA noted temporal consistency as another one of DLSS 5's key benefits, and the soccer ball was anything but temporally consistent. But the backlash was so enormous, and somehow for the out-of-touch AI boosters was so unexpected, that they had to jump in to help NVIDIA with damage control, even though, the entire internet was mad at this one. I saw one guy who, I don't even remember who it was, who was like, don't listen to the influencers and the media who are telling you what to think. And you look at it, it's like, the media hasn't said anything yet. The media's gonna be like a day late to this. This is all the internet. This is, for better or for worse, this is the entire internet decided, fuck this thing. But we also have things to say, so. A little bit of a point. Anyway, some people jumped in to help NVIDIA with the damage control. Bethesda, presumably with a gun pointed to the head of the adoring fan, tweeted to say, quote, appreciate your excitement and analysis of the new DLSS 5 lighting here, end quote. I'll tell you how you know it was written by PR. There's no subject of the sentence. There's no I or we. Appreciate your excitement. Quote, this is a very early look, and our art teams will be further adjusting the lighting and final effects to look the way we think works best for each game. This will all be under our artist's control, and totally optional for players. That line sounds familiar, like marching orders that were handed out. Quote, important to note, with this technology advance, game developers have full, detailed artistic control over DLSS 5's effects to ensure they maintain their game's unique aesthetic, per NVIDIA, underneath its video. Their quote continues, the SDK includes things like intensity, color grading, and masking off places where the effect shouldn't be applied. it's not a filter. DLSS 5 inputs the game's color and motion vectors from each frame into the model, anchoring the output in the source 3D content, end quote. This is a good
This is stupid. And all these artifacts and glitches, you require 5090, two 5090, not the one, but two. And I think one 5090 is around like 120, 100 and $1,020, $1,200, around like that. And it's almost like $3,000 you require to see all these glitches and artifacts in the if you are using the DLSS 5. So these kind of things really bad for the gaming, and not everyone cannot afford these kind of systems. Even 5090, one 5090 is cost more than a PS5. That's crazy.
response. NVIDIA's trying to get ahead of what the internet was saying. People were twisting it and saying it looked like a 2019 Instagram filter, and those people were clearly wrong. So this should solve it. Let's see how the internet reacted. I'm sure NVIDIA got the reaction they were expecting. With all that AI that they have, they probably ran a predictive model and just, okay, all right, maybe they could have worded it a little better, or just like not made this. But anyway, some of the comments had great feedback for NVIDIA, such as, quote, "Rams that didn't die for this. No way this isn't an April Fool's joke. Now your game can look like an AI generated image. Wow. We went from ray tracing to slop tracing." Gotta say, that's my favorite one. "This was supposed to be an upscaler. How the fuck did it become this? We went from frame gen to frame hallucination. So now we measure GPU performance in teraslops," probably my second favorite. "Looks like it completely changes what the devs originally designed."
This is my favorite one. Grace's face look like those ads on the album. Yeah, it is.
Beyond weird. And, quote, "Grace's face looks like those ads on the hub."
It's going to pound on memory really hard. It's going to be pounding on the storage system really, really hard.
Jesus fuck. Once again, you
Oh boy, that was crazy. Yep, it's going to pound your wallet too.
guys are brutal. Remind me not to fuck with the commenters. But also, I completely agree with this, and I'm happy that NVIDIA's got plenty of feedback to pull from, so they know it's not just a random lunatic yelling at clouds and Palantir for the 67th time this month. That would be me, by the way, but also everybody else. But there's good news. The game development community says that all of us are wrong.
Well, first of all, they're completely wrong.
That's right. All those thousands and thousands of comments and people who didn't like it and their opinions about subjective things like art and graphics. They're idiots, and they just don't get it. So let's see what the game development community had to say, because you're not allowed to have an opinion if you don't make games. An Epic dev wrote, quote, "All you guys roasting DLSS 5 like it doesn't look better is distracting from art direction."
I wonder how if we have the option for the GTA 5 to use the DLSS 5, I wonder how the game will look. We need to test the GTA 5 first.
Direction are absolutely insane. The light and shading improvements are bonkers, end quote. He unironically tweeted, we assume about
this looks so bad. Oh no. Oh boy. This is so bad.
This 16th century Japan village with ultra reflective power.
Just tell me this image is DLSS 5 on, not the off. Please. This looks so bad, bro.
Power wash solar roofs. He continued, quote, "Are you so ignorant as to not recognize what that will enable from art direction are absolutely insane. The light and shading improvements are bonkers," end quote. He unironically.
You see this thing?
Absolutely insane. The light and shading improvements are bonkers, end quote. He
How about it's look like they all have their own sun. This is so bad. Even lighting are bad. I thought at least the lighting are good, but lightings already bad.
Ironically tweeted, we assume about this 16th century Japan village with ultra-reflective power wash solar roofs. He continued, quote, "Are you so ignorant as to not recognize what that will enable for marginalized creators? Yes, I get it. The transition that it will cause in the economy will be painful for some people, just like it was painful when the internet destroyed the mail order business, or just like when it was painful when candle makers were put out of business by Edison." It's kind of wordy, let me just shorten that form a bit. In other words,
some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
But guy who supports marginalized creators and also works for Epic Games has a point. DLSS 5's shading and lighting are bonkers. They're fantastic. They bring Oblivion Remastered right back where Oblivion came from. 2006. In this clip of Oblivion, you can see the scene get blasted with an indiscriminate floodlight that feels about the same as some HDR fuckery, or as if the brightness and saturation are both set to fuck your eyes on the monitor. Or in this...
That looks really bad. I thought the lighting are good, but... oh man.
Flicker fest of the game, where Handatar Elfstein looks like he's glitching out of the Matrix while he walks towards the player, we can see maybe why NVIDIA didn't show off more scenes where there was actual movement. All right, enough of that for now. We'll come back to more discussion on...
Hey, wait a second. Did he change his eyes?
Monitor. Or in this Flicker fest of the game, where Handatar Elfstein looks like he's glitching out of the Matrix while he walks towards the player, we can see maybe why NVIDIA didn't show off more scenes where there was actual movement. All right, enough of that for now. We'll come back to more discussion on sort of the image quality from the initial demos. There is theoretically some actual technology here, so we'll talk about that as well. Jensen Huang went on stage to describe how DLSS 5 is supposed to work.
Now, what did we do? We fused controllable 3D graphics.
See, this is what I was talking about. Here is the artifacts. If the character in the center of the frame, then you see the artifacts. But if it is little bit side, then you do not see. This is the thing. You see here you see the huge artifacts. Here is less. Here is less. It's look much better, this one, if you compare it with this one.
Ground truth of virtual worlds, the structured data. Remember this word, the structured data of virtual worlds, of generated worlds. We combine 3D graphics, structured data, with generative AI, probabilistic computing. One of them is completely predictive, the other one probabilistic, yet highly realistic. We combine these two ideas, controlled through structured data, controlled perfectly, and yet generating at the same time. And as a result, the content is beautiful, amazing, as well as controllable.
NVIDIA's website.
Yep, content is really beautiful. The T-set has the apps instead of the player. If you look closely, they look like apps.
One of them is we compare data at the same time. Amazing.
Quote, the GPT moment for graphics, end quote. In other words, like a jump scare for owning computer hardware.
They say, don't do it, Jensen. Don't do it.
I wonder if this can play Crisis. Only gamers know that joke.
NVIDIA's FAQ post says, quote, DLSS 5 is a neural rendering model that takes the game's color and motion vectors as input for each frame that infuses the scene with photoreal lighting and materials that are anchored to the source 3D content and temporarily consistent from frame to frame, end quote. NVIDIA's subsequent postings have tried to emphasize their statements that this deals only in color and motion, but users online have called this into question by pointing out examples that appear to have had deeper changes. And as we said earlier, Jensen Huang's newest comment even says stuff about geometry, which seemingly came out of nowhere. They didn't say that in this comment. Unfortunately, NVIDIA's obsession with photoreality also, we think, sets a misguided goalpost, as if photoreality is the ultimate in game graphics and aesthetics.
Nope. We do not want the reality. Complete reality is stupid in the video games. They are already good. They look good. They are smooth playing. If you add the ultimate reality of your DLSS 5, we will see a lot of issues.
The NVIDIA site continues, quote, the AI model is trained end-to-end to understand complex scene semantics such as characters, hair, fabric, and translucent skin, along with environmental lighting conditions like frontlit, backlit, or overcast, all by...
Instead of adding these graphic things, they should do something about regarding the performance issues. So even the budget gamers can play the video games like the latest titles like the you can say the FPS games and the other games like RD, R2 or all those big games. These are the priorities gamers want, the good performance on even for the budget gamers, not these kind of stupid over ultimate realistic thing. We do not care about these things.
By analyzing a single frame. DLSS 5 then uses its deep understanding to generate visually precise images that handle complex elements such as subsurface scattering on skin, the delicate sheen of fabric and light material interactions on hair, all while retaining the structure and semantics of the original scene, end quote. Now, we already know that NVIDIA's images are nothing close to, quote, visually precise, end quote. So
it's look like the Photoshop image. If you compare the last this look like art and actual game. This is how we see video games, right? And if you see this thing, it's look like a Photoshop image.
So the marketing language here is disconnected from reality. We did notice subsurface scattering in some images, so at least that much is true. As for the so-called, quote, delicate sheen of fabric and interactions on hair, end quote, what we saw in most of the examples isn't something we'd describe as delicate sheen. DLSS 5 like examples isn't fabric and
remove the fog. I think they remove the fog. If you on the DLSS 5, it's look like they remove the fog.
So-called, quote, delicate sheen of fabric and interaction.
Yeah, here you see more fog
on hair, end quote. What we saw in most of the examples isn't something we'd describe.
And here you see less fog and more lighting.
As delicate sheen. DLSS 5 lights these scenes up like a truck driver using his aftermarket lights to x-ray you from across the intersection. Based on our understanding, DLSS 5 is still a work in progress and will require some significant optimization leading up to its planned fall 2026 release. In a forum post, NVIDIA clarified.
Why do you need the latest title for this thing? Like Hogwarts Legacy, this game is already good. It's looked really good. I have not played any of the other games, but I have played this one, and it's looked really good and realistic. You do not need the DLSS 5 for this one. This is completely unnecessary.
Clarified that the DLSS 5 demo at GTC needed two 5090s to run, stating, quote,
250, yep, this is really bad.
DLSS 5 early preview demo shown at GTC is run on two GeForce RTX 5090s. One RTX 5090 is dedicated to rendering the game, while the other is dedicated for running the DLSS 5 model. DLSS 5 will be optimized to run.
God damn, so it requires separate, that's why it's required two 5090. Oh, is this really this bad?
On a single GPU for release, end quote. Critically, they do not say what kind of GPU, just that it will work on a single GPU. We also think it's ironic.
Probably not like 50, 60, 70 or 40 series. It's probably required the 5090.
Maybe that. Jensen described DLSS 5 as...
We call it neural rendering, the fusion of 3D graphics and artificial intelligence.
When, in reality, NVIDIA had to literally separate them into 3D graphics and so-called artificial intelligence onto two physically separate 5090s. Now, hanging around his CEO buddies, Jensen must have forgotten that most gamers...
So, for streamers, it's required 3 PCs if you want to use the DLSS 5, one for your streaming and two for the gaming. instead of just having the two
Don't have an extra
system.
5090 that they forgot in their other leather jacket pocket.
I actually want to start out talking a little bit
All
about
of my CEO friends, they all have the most.
NVIDIA might claim that it wants to get this requirement down. It's a demo, running at a show. But it clearly couldn't perform well enough to even run outside of a basically fixed frame situation with the two 5090s. And we do think that this is likely going to be a challenge for them to get optimized. We're also really curious about the VRAM requirements for something like this. The company was also unable to share any details on the memory and performance impact, or even which GPUs will support DLSS 5, instead stating,
what are the what uses, how much it's required to run the DLSS 5?
quote, DLSS 5 at GTC is an early preview and the model is still being optimized. We'll share these details closer to release in fall 2026, end quote. And, quote, minimum GPU specifications are pending model optimizations and will be provided closer to release, end quote. Despite the model still requiring optimization, NVIDIA lists at least 15 games that it says, quote, will support DLSS 5 at launch, end quote, including Resident Evil Requiem, Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered, and Starfield, to name a few of the even fewer. NVIDIA also claims, quote, DLSS 5 will be supported by the industry's biggest publishers and game developers, including Bethesda, Capcom, Hada Studio, NetEase, NCSoft, S-Game, Tencent, Ubisoft, and Warner Bros. Games, end quote. The company goes on to point out what it considers DLSS 5's key benefits, highlighting what it says is cinematic lighting and material depth, and saying DLSS 5, quote, reconstructs complex effects like rim lighting, subsurface scattering for realistic skin, and contact shadows with high fidelity, end quote, and that it, quote, enhances physically based rendering properties like roughness and adds microrealism to complex objects such as eyes and hair, end quote. A lot of this kind of reminds me of covering DLSS 2 when it first came out, or RTX when it was first announced, something like 50 plus days before any actual RTX games went out, other than that Star Wars demo they had, which you couldn't actually do anything with, because there's a lot of promise of what they say it can do, and then you look at what it does, and it does not look like it doesn't look like that. The things they say don't match the things that it is. Interestingly, NVIDIA attempts to push controllability as a main feature. It's actually something that Juan mentioned several times on stage, as well as the team mentioning in their blog post. They label controllability a, quote, key benefit, and they also submit that DLSS 5, quote, allows game developers to tune intensity, color, and masking to determine where and how enhancements are applied to maintain the game's unique aesthetic, end quote. Even if we just
For saturation thing, we have a lot of different software already. Even the NVIDIA GeForce does provide the saturation levels. You can adjust those things in the driver settings. Why we need more? Even video game itself provides settings for these kind of things.
decide to say that NVIDIA's not changing anything else. All right, it's only doing exactly what they say, nothing more.
They're just copy pasting and rebranding the same feature again and again.
Nothing less. Even in that situation, the problem is if the overwhelming amount of actual people who might use this see it and go, oh, I think it's changing meshes too.
And how many people does have the 5090 graphics card? It's required 2 for now. What are the later? Maybe 1? How many people can afford the 5090 right now?
Then it doesn't really matter what NVIDIA says it does at that point. It matters what the perception is, because this is all a visual technology, and all that matters is what people see. So if what people see is this no longer looks like the same game or character, then that's kind of the only point that matters. The defensiveness about technologically whatever it does, it's irrelevant to people. So anyway, later in the forum post, suspicions of defensive writing are verified when the company reiterates that DLSS 5, quote, honors artistic intent, end quote, one of the key criticisms online. NVIDIA says that it is, quote, inputting the game's color and motion vectors for each frame into the model, anchoring the output in the source 3D content, end quote. NVIDIA says, quote, by providing developers with detailed controls such as intensity and color grading, artists can use these to adjust blending, contrast, saturation, and gamma, and determine where and how enhancements are applied to maintain the game's unique aesthetic. Developers can also mask specific objects or areas to be excluded from enhancement, end quote. Even game developers jumped in on mocking this, including Among Us, with NVIDIA unaware that it is.
That's good. This look like anime character now. I'm telling you guys, some of the games already look good. They do not need the DLSS 5. Only the if game is looking bad, then you can use the DLSS 5. But I think just imagine using DLSS 5 for the RDR2. It even do not make sense.
Is being laughed not with, but at, replying, quote, DLSS 5, not sus, end quote, which is possibly the most sus thing to say. The DayZ guys jumped in too, with a giga chat, I guess, from DLSS 5. One of the big problems here is that NVIDIA has 95% of the market now. So it's at a point where the developers are going to play a game of numbers where optimizing for the thing that 95% of the market has is going to be the most financially incentivized thing to do.
Yep, and that is the issue. Having the complete control on the market can will lead to really bad decision for the gaming industry.
Because you're going to get the broadest user base and have to deal with the least amount of kind of specific fine-tuning across vendors. So this to us is concerning because just like with GameWorks over the years and all of the other technologies NVIDIA rolled out at one point or another that are software focused and integrated with game development, although there are cool things they do, it also does tend to follow a pattern of starting to sort of box out the competitors. And now it's not just AMD. Intel, it's like, kind of doesn't count here. I'm not really considering them. And it's not because of ARC not earning it. It's because NVIDIA owns 5% of fucking Intel. So it doesn't really matter. It might be 4%, close enough. Like, point is though, Intel's part of NVIDIA at this point, even though it's a very, very small part, a 4 or 5%, that's still substantial if it's a competitor to own. But also Chinese GPUs that are on the rise right now, where there are a lot of companies in China that we're working on covering right now that all have their flavor of GPU. And they're not there yet. But it sure looks like they're getting there in terms of gaming products. And so the more sort of blocks that NVIDIA can pile up around game developers, the more it will defend its position as 95% market owner. And so NVIDIA is doing what it's been able to do for a couple decades now that we've been covering for, I don't know, like 15 years or something, which is utilize its more abundant resources to get engineers and developers and shader programmers into game development companies to help them, which is a good thing ultimately, but if they're helping them deploy technologies that create a disfavorable marketplace from a competitive standpoint, if it's boxing people out and leveraging a monopoly status, then that's not a good thing for consumers. And this is at a time when literally the President of the United States stood in front of Jensen Huang and his competitor Lisa Su, and then made jokes with Jensen about how he owns the whole fucking market. Like, it was funny to the United States government that NVIDIA owns the entire market.
I said, we'll break them up. They said, don't say, it's very hard. I said, why? I said, what percentages of the market does he have? Sir, he has 100%. I said, who the hell is he? What's his name? His name is Jensen Huang, NVIDIA. I said, what the hell is NVIDIA? I've never heard of it before.
There's not going to be any antitrust regulation. They're like in it together. Literally, actually, they're both investors in Intel. So this is the peak opportunity for them to leverage their position and start building more of a fortress, even if NVIDIA opens certain technologies up more publicly, ultimately fighting against smaller competitors with fewer resources. It's going to be harder for them to even just keep up with that. So that's not to say they shouldn't do stuff to stay ahead. It's what a company competing should do. It's just that NVIDIA is uniquely positioned where they're buddy-buddy with the United States of America. and Lisa Sue only just recently was able to get Trump to remember her name at one event after other events where he seems to consistently not remember it. We've covered that in a separate video, though. We actually filmed and edited another 20 minutes of content here that we're going to leave for a separate video because it mostly goes into NVIDIA's new Palantir announcements. It was already publicly announced as partnered with Palantir, which, again,
I do not know what is Palantir.
Is a company that has ties to concerns for things like pre-crime policing or predictive policing. But there's no info.
It's look bad.
There, they also had some other announcements. We were going over earnings as well, but we've had a lot of 50-minute videos lately, so we're going to keep this one focused after running a poll and asking you all what you thought. It was like 80% voted for a focused video. So this is the DLSS 5 one, and then we'll have all that other stuff in a separate video either here or on GNCA. But anyway, that gets you up to speed on DLSS 5. We do think that there's a greater play with DLSS 5, and I think it goes beyond just limiting what the competition has access to in the gaming space. NVIDIA doesn't give a fuck about gaming as compared to how it used to feel right now. That doesn't mean they won't still box people out, and they probably would still build up their moat to try and do that, to limit competition. But I do actually think that there is a greater play here, and it could be something like shifting people to be more in line with getting onto data centers for up to mid-range cards for gaming services if the requirement increasingly goes up for graphics power locally and the price goes up. It could also be the joking, not joking earlier comment that we had in here about if this is maybe useful for entertainment providers like game developers, where if you have enough data, if people are plugging everything about their lives into LLMs, which Juan has already stated he would like for those to...
These are the issues on the running after 25090. This is AI for you.
Know everything about you and remember every conversation forever.
We would like to have this AI stay with us our entire life and remember every single conversation we've ever had with it, right?
If they have all that information, and if they have all the other data points about you that are available online, and if you've hooked generative AI into active entertainment solutions like video games, then there's a lot of ways to abuse that, to fine-tune it, to extract maximum value, to maximize the engagement time, the time spent in the game or on the screen or watching the movie or whatever, and create a loop that sucks people into it. And so that stuff, I think it probably doesn't sound too crazy to a lot of our audience.
This thing look completely off. If you see the background and the facial thing, it's completely look off.
That is all possible. These are all things that can be done. And whether or not NVIDIA...
And look at this. He looked like Kenny Reeves.
Explicitly sat down in a boardroom and said, this is what we're going to do, isn't really a factor to us. The point is that it looks like the technology could be abused in this way, and we would just caution connecting your data profile to things where it can all be directly linked back to you. But anyway, the short version is DLSS 5 has some ugly-ass graphics. The point is that down in a boardroom, looks like the technology
could good. To be honest, this one looked good
in this way, and we would just caution connecting your data profile to things where it can all be directly linked back to you. But anyway, the short version
this is really bad.
Is DLSS 5 has some ugly-ass graphics. That's it for this one. Thanks for watching. Go to store.gamers.
And I had he was talking about the Intel, and I think I've seen a video about that. Something called the beta update, something graphic card. Let's see if I found out that video. That feature is actually good, but I do not know how many people are using the Intel GPU. I think the guy name is UTF. No. Intel beta update Intel GPU. And that was related to the shader compiler, I think. This guy has the video. I think this is the video. on, come on, YouTube.
Games can sometimes take forever to load. If you've tried to play The Last of Us on
This one.
PC, then you had
This
time
is the video. This is actually good feature by the Intel.
to cook a whole meal before the game was ready to go. Sometimes it's because your PC parts are ancient and slower than your grandma competing in an Iron Man, but a lot of it is actually the game's fault. To an extent. You've probably seen that screen or little progress bar that tells you that the game isn't ready yet. It needs to compile its shaders first. And this is mostly a PC gaming phenomenon. Consoles don't really ever take a timeout to tell you it has to prep the game first. The reason for that
and I don't know, maybe this is only for the Intel, maybe this update or
is the
feature is
same
only
reason
for the Intel, and this is really good because when I was compiling this header for the Hogwarts Legacy, it took really long.
why gaming on a computer is great. There's too many dang options. Like a American grocery store cereal selection is just instant analysis paralysis. The PlayStations and Xbox games know exactly what hardware they're going to get, so they send the shader optimization in the game download. PCs have to do it at game time because devs just couldn't optimize for all the different pieces of computer gadgetry. Shaking things up though, Intel has dropped their new beta for their pre-compiled shader system. As the name clearly states, the games you load into won't have to compile shaders because it's been double pre-blessed. Intel's charts show an average of 2 to 3 times improvement in load times, or in the case of whatever the heck is going on with God of War Ragnarok, 21
That's
times.
a lot.
Since I happen to have this handy dandy Intel Arc B580 PC, the plan is to see if their claims are true and if this is an actual game changer. Now this tech is only in select games and it is only for select hardware, but this is
So it is for the
now this tech
hardware or GPU only. All right. So it is only for the Intel GPU, and currently it's about these games.
is only in select games and it
Hogwarts Legacy, all right.
is only for select hardware, but this is a major area of development moving forward, and not just for Intel, but the entire industry. Microsoft's been actively working on their advanced shader delivery system, which essentially does the same thing here, but in a more vendor agnostic way, which is one of the main drawbacks of Intel's implementation. It doesn't work on AMD or NVIDIA cards. But Mr. Soft has only rolled out their advanced shader delivery system to their Xbox Ally handhelds at the moment, so it's not available for many people, but not that there's a significant amount of humans with Intel Battlemage GPUs either. The Windows approach will likely be the more effective overall way of doing it moving forward, but Intel's here first for folks with gaming PCs. So let's just put them to the test. As mentioned, the hardware requirements force you to have either a desktop or laptop version of Intel's Battlemage architecture, and you need to have the latest version of the Intel graphics software program as
What is the price for the B580 GPU? Let's check. Intel Arc B580 GPU price in USD. Come on, boy. it's 250 USD, and that's decent price, bro. That's good.
as well. Sorry to everybody with an A770, you can't do this. But enabling the feature is super simple. It's just a toggle in the graphics tab to enable or disable it. But do note that it only works with Steam games at the moment. Intel also says the game lineup should expand with future
Not game support continues to expand with driver updates. The feature currently works exclusively with the games installed through Steam Game Store.
driver updates, but once you toggle it on, then they pull the shader from their Intel cloud and download it to your system. Currently, there's only 13 games that have support, and of
So we have Black Myth and Borderlands, Call of Duty, Cyberpunk, God of War, Gotham Knights, Hogwarts Legacy, NBA, Starfield, Stalker, the Elder Scroll, and the Outer World.
Of those, I only have access to 6 of them currently, but that should be enough to fact-check Intel's claims and also see what in rootin' tootin' tarnation is up with the Ragnarok load time. The CPU in the system that we're using for testing is a Ryzen 9850X 3D with 100.
That's expensive thing.
128
most of the people cannot afford.
gigs of 5600 mega transfer RAM. So we shouldn't be CPU throttled, and it's all running off of a Gen 4.
So let's
NVMe
check the data.
And yes, I have the silly Cooler Master sneaker case. It was a wicked good deal, turns out that for 360 constructed, that is. So don't judge me too harshly. And you also get a little figure play. You're still a while before a game is ready to go. One of the main things that determines the speed of your compilation is your CPU. In fact, this is how many people found out that they had crappy 13th and 14th gen Intel chips, because shader.
All right, it's all also depends on your CPU, not just the GPU. That thing. All right. So he's using really heavy CPU. What about the entry level?
Compilation would crash the game or the computer because the CPUs were unstable. So you should keep that in mind when I present my numbers. If you're not on the latest, best gaming CPU on the market, the impact to your life will be worse. I measured how long it took for the game to be ready. That is, the main menu is accessible and the shader compilation is complete. Without preloading, the quickest game was Cyberpunk at just 41 seconds to be up and ready. There's no shader compiling progress bar for that game though, so it's hard to really clarify if it finished. And even though most of the games have an initial shader progress bar for compilation, some games only do it during the game itself, which can lead to hitching and stuttering while your CPU is processing this task in the background. So that's harder to verify with raw data numbers because you can't tell when it's finished. Starfield though came in second with a sub 2 minute ready time, then Hogwarts Legacy at just over 3 minutes, Oblivion Remastered was nearly 4 minutes, Black Myth Wukong was almost 6, and now...
That's crazy, 6 minutes. It took 6 minutes to just see this play game screen. That's crazy. And do not forget, he is using the high-end system, not the budget gaming.
I get the Ragnarok issue. That guy took over 10.5 minutes to finish compiling on the main menu. Again, remember, these are the time durations with a 9850X3D. If you're on an older or slower chip, you might experience even more time before you can just hit start game in some of these titles. Now, let's flick that little switch of enabling the pre-compiled shaders and... Actually, I didn't make it that easy on myself. In order to ensure that there were no shader downloads hiding anywhere on the system, I fully reset the computer. A 100% wipe and new install of Windows to make sure there was nothing hiding in a temp folder that I couldn't find, hence why I'm in different clothes for this part of the video. So, after reinstalling, then it was a matter of switching on the pre-compiled shaders toggle, and wow, Intel's not lying. In fact, it was significantly better in some games for me than what Intel's numbers show. Let's start off with the worst improvement, which Intel also disclosed as their weakest, Oblivion Remastered. My load went from just under 4 minutes to just over 3 minutes, shaving off only 39 seconds in total. Nothing to super write home about there, but everything else was much more impressive. Black Myth Wukong still showed the shader compilation.
That's a lot. From 6 minutes to 3 minutes, like half. It's impressive.
Screen, but it only took 2 minutes and 52 seconds as opposed to the nearly 6 minutes previously. So under half the time. Cyberpunk, as mentioned, is weird because it doesn't show a compilation screen, but the Cyberpunk 2077 splash screen lags on first boot, and that's where a lot of the time came from. And its biggest lag was before turning on Intel software. That lag went from 41 seconds to get to the main menu down to just 8 seconds. But again, take that one with a grain of salt because shader compilation could be happening.
I think waiting for 1 minute is not that big thing for gamers like me, the budget gamers. Maybe it's do matter for the people who has high-end system
during the gameplay. Hogwarts Legacy though, massive jump there too. Instead of waiting 3 minutes, it was 53 seconds. Starfield was even more impressive. Instead of waiting 2 minutes for the shaders to compile, that screen just simply didn't show up. The shader pre-compilation actually meant it was done when the game turned on. 35 seconds to get to the main menu versus the nearly 2 minutes before Intel's preloading. But now, let's talk about the elephant in the chart, God of War Ragnarok. As mentioned, it took 10.5 minutes of waiting before the shaders were done on this game on first boot. And with Intel's pre-compiled shaders, it was done as soon as the main menu hit. There was no shader compilation progress bar at all. I can absolutely see how they got the 21 times number. Instead of waiting a decent chunk of time, it was 20 seconds.
20 seconds. That's crazy. Wait. How? From 10 minutes to 20 seconds. That's crazy. This is more than impressive. This is really good.
Seconds from launch to be.
I wonder what is the issue with the shader then?
Being able to hit play on the game again with the shaders already being done. Well done, Intel. So it's clear their new graphics software beta is impressive. It absolutely cuts down on the time it takes to get into the game you're looking to play. But there are some stinky drawbacks here that make it more of a gimmick than a full-fledged revolution. Obviously, limited game support is one. 13 games is an okay start, and allegedly they'll expand, but you really gotta be itching to play one of these before you'll see any benefit. Second is the limited hardware support. It's Battle Mage only. Intel's already come out and confirmed they have no plans to support it on the older hardware. Not just that it's not supported at launch, but rather those cards are being ignored altogether. And while there may be some technical reason why this is the case, it feels like a slap in the face to anyone who invested in Intel's GPU ecosystem when they were just a baby. Anybody who bought an A770 hoping that they would have a future with Intel just doesn't get it. And thirdly, most of this benefit is really only the first time you boot a game up. Once you compile the shaders, they typically stay compiled. Even after uninstalling the games and reinstalling them, I was finding the shader compilation time was too quick, even with the new option toggled off. Hence why I did a reinstall of the operating system. Windows keeps all that info in storage to make sure that the game doesn't have to undergo.
Just imagine NVIDIA or AMD do this or bring the same thing to us, their platform users. That might be really good.
Such a demanding process every time the game boots up.
Instead of just focusing on the AI thing in the video game, they should have added these kind of features.
And I tried everything. I went into local app data, I deleted temp files, I deleted shader folders in the Steam apps common folders. I uninstalled and reinstalled the driver. I restarted the PC. Nothing would make it so that the shader compilation time went back to what it was at the original. So a fresh restart was the only way that I could verify the numbers accurately. But the precompiled shader system definitely has a massive impact on how long it takes to get into the game. The first time. On second boot, the speeds are nearly instantaneous no matter what, determined more by your SSD speed than how fast your CPU can run through the shader backlog. But the truth is, I'd rather have this feature than not. There seems to be no drawbacks on the gamer side besides the lockdown into the modern Intel ecosystem. That is, you can't use it with a 5070 or a 9070 XT. Not that being on an Intel card is a drawback. That's not what I meant. It's just that it only applies to Intel. But it also shows that Intel is committed to their gaming graphics card division for now. They spent the software engineering time to come up with a program that eases a mild nuisance, and they didn't have to. They could have just easily worked with Microsoft on their third-party solution and waited for that to drop. But there appears to be a sense of Intel really trying to stretch their software teams to get their tech up to par with the other two GPU companies in the space. That's the part I find most exciting. Intel came out with a helpful feature before AMD and Nvidia did. That's the type of competition we need to keep the entire scene moving forward. So, if you've got a B580, update your software, flick that button on, even if you don't play any of the 13 games. Hopefully, one you do like will be added soon, and then
these are the things we need in the gaming industry. And they just need to expand their production. That's it. And this update is actually good. I hope NVIDIA and AMD also provide these kind of updates instead of ruining already their drivers or something. We have tech power up. What we have 34 GPU performance.
Death Stranding 2 On the Beach is an open-world action game from Kojima Productions and is the sequel to Death Stranding from 2019. Built on an updated version of the Decima engine, which also powered the original and games like Horizon Zero Dawn, it brings support for DLSS 4, FSR 4, and XeSS, as well as ray tracing. Is your GPU up for playing it? Starting off with VRAM, and on the low quality setting, the VRAM usage is pretty reasonable, only using 6 GB all the way up to 14.
Wait, what? What this video is about? On the base 34 GPU performance review, 59 RTX 5932 GB, and they start comparing this thing.
1440p, though you'll probably want more than that if you are going to be playing at 4K. Going up to the max quality setting, though, is a different story, requesting 9 GB at 1080p, with that number crossing the 10 GB barrier at 4K. Enabling ray tracing and frame generation does boost those numbers even more, with the game topping out at 12 GB with all the bells and whistles enabled. And checking out the performance profiles, enabling ray tracing does have a pretty profound effect on the frame rates.
So you need the 14 GB minimum. Yep.
12 GB with all the bells and whistles, enabling ray tracing does have a pretty profound effect on the frame rates, decreasing overall performance by 33%. From there, the performance settings scale much like you would expect, with high giving you an extra 17%, with smaller stick, with some textures on the portable setting, while the 60 FPS line is very attainable, being...
Alright, these are the things. So the thing is, NVIDIA, AMD, and Intel need to come up with the solution regarding the gaming industry instead of just focusing on the AI thing. Do we have any other news regarding all these things? Alright, these are the things, alright. So yeah, sometimes their NVIDIA's driver update cause some issues, sometimes they add unnecessary AI thing. These are the things. So yep. Let's check our Battlefield 1 gameplay. Du, 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 du. And we destroyed DLSS 5 overnight. Oh, that's impressive.
DLSS, or deep learning supersampling, was one of the most rejected technologies when it first came out, because it was a hot mess. But over time it got better and better and better. And then DLSS 5 debuted. Well, if you've ever wondered what you could do with $7,000 worth of GPUs, you could, just run DLSS 5 and put some Snapchat filters on top of all of your gaming characters and, you know, make sure you never forget your makeup during the Yes, he is not a gamer. He does not care about gamers, and NVIDIA can really ruin things because I have a feeling they're just beginning. How often is it when you like build something up and then just completely like not only are you not reading the room, you've left the room. You've left the building. Like you would just like as a company and as the direction that Jensen is trying to lead things right now, it's obvious he is not a gamer, he does not care about gamers, and he can only think of the world as two letters, AI. And now he's trying to filter that back down into the gaming community. And that makes sense. I get it. In the past, gaming technology and GPUs was then used to kind of move the technology toward data centers and all that sort of junk. Now, data centers is where the technology is starting and then filtering its way down into the gaming communities. And so now that things are filtering from like data centers and AI down into, when I say AI, it's like, my voice won't say it. It's like AIO. Hey, what AIO are you using? It's like the hardest. Or hey, did you edit it? Did you edit the video? It's like, did you edit it? Okay. Anyway, technologies now filter backwards. They now start on the data center and now AI technology platforms, and then they come down to gamers. So it makes sense that that's the only thing that he's got on his mind. Because, you know, when you're a trillionaire, I guess you can do that and not really care. I wasn't planning on making any sort of video about this. Plenty of videos have already been made about it, but really after the major keynote at GDC, and then he was asked again like about, you know, gamers pushing back on it, and for him to say this,
well, first of all, they're completely wrong.
So that's what I mean by when I say,
all right, let's play the Battlefield 1 on 200 ping. That's what we are going to do. So yeah, they need to fix their softwares. We do not need those AI filters in the video game if they are not actually providing any meaning. Battlefield 1. Battlefield 1. And it's still not showing. Let's see the capture. Game capture is not working. We are going to use the capture. I hope everything is working. Look like. All right. God damn it. 200 ping. That's crazy. I think we have to play game. Yep, we do not have like under 100 ping. Let's enjoy the game. $200 ping is a lot. Maybe 3 or 4 game for the Battlefield 1, then I will play the Star War, the Fallen Order. That game is good. That For now, it's look empty, but I hope that game is good. Premium priority. What a bummer. Why they put these kind of things? $34. What the heck? Why they left? 62. Join it. Are we in? I hope we are in. Yes. Are we in? Come on. Yep, we are in. Oh boy, look at this thing. Mm. Why it's looking so laggy? Bro, what the heck is happening? Oh no. Did I just install a NVIDIA update? Please. Oh no. I think we have installed a latest driver from the NVIDIA. Let's check. I can't see. Yep. 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 We have the latest driver. I don't know if you can see or not, but it's saying 595.79. We used to have like 595.75, something like that. And we have installed the update. And now we are having these kind of weird thing. Come on. Advance, even, come on. This is bad, bro. This is bad. What about the gameplay? Oh no. It's unplayable. It's bad. It's super bad. After this stream, I have to install the NVIDIA drivers. Yesterday, the game was working fine, but after updating the driver, which is today, we are having these issues. I can't even see the. Oh no! Oh no! Am I dead? Yep. But it's useless, bro. Yep. This is not even worthy. No. And we were talking about the NVIDIA driver. This is what we are facing. Now you guys have the proof. Now you guys have the proof.
A flame trooper kit is available near your location. We have taken objective Charlie.
Oh no, it's super hard. It's really hard. It's really hard to play this game. You have lag, you have... Ooh, there's one more. Oh no, please. Please give me at least 30 FPS.
We have lost objective apples.
Oh no, he was right there. Do not worry, guys. I'm holding this place. Oh, there. Oh no. Oh, he is my teammate. Oh no. They were right here. Yesterday the game was smooth, but now we are having these issues. I see you, sir. Oh no, it's so bad. Come on. Oh, got him. Oh my! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! That was so close. Oh, we are losing D. We are losing D. Oh, god damn it, there are so many. Oh, he actually killed them.
See him? Shock trooper! Gas, look out!
Kill him. There's one more. God damn it. 25. 25 damage. Where the fuck he is? Oh, there.
Heads up! I'm popping smoke!
An objective butter.
Yeah! Get back in the car!
Oh, he's dead. Alright. Let me help you. Oh, there. There. It's right there. Oh, there. Oh no, I am dead. I am dead. It's so many, bro.
We are losing objective Charlie.
We lost the T, now we are losing the C. This place is scary. Oh, here's my teammate. Alright. Where the fuck these people are? Oh, they're.
Ammo! Throw me some ammo! Watch still! First aid!
Oh no. Got him. Oh no, I'm dead. Oh, that was freaking close. Oh no, they are destroying everything. Oh, right there. Oh, change. Got him, at least. Oh no. Oh, oh, we are losing, bro.
We are losing objective.
Oh, there is one more. Yep, I'm dead. God damn it. I'm burning.
Throwing smoke grenade!
Ah, freak. They are right there. Right fucking there. Oh no. This freaking shotgun. Oh boy. B, hold the B.
We are losing objective.
Oh boy. This is really bad. Oh, everyone is dying there. Is it even going inside or not?
Smoke grenade!
Oh, god damn it, I missed. Oh no, I'm dead. God damn it.
Here's some smoke for him! Throwing a grenade!
Ah, come on. Oh. There was like 200 damage.
Halfway there, the enemy has the upper hand.
God damn it, he's just behind that wall. I hope people got him. Ah, come on. What a freaking timing. They're all going to die. Where the fuck is that guy? Oh no, they all are here now. This is mess. Oh, come on. Not block me.
We have an armored train.
Oh boy. Oh no. Gas grenade. They're throwing everything.
Our armored train has arrived.
Heads up! I'm popping smoke!
Come on, it was the smoke.
Smoke out! Watch it!
We are losing objective apples.
Yep. Yep. Of course.
Enemy medic sighted!
We have lost objective apples.
God damn it. Oh, that. Oh, I thought he's my teammate.
The enemy controls all objectives.
Already we lost everything.
A flame trooper kit is available near your location.
How the heck this guy is moving like this? Oh wait, what? He's not dead? Wait, what the hell is this guy? Did you see that thing? Now they are not dying.
We have taken objective apples.
I am going in. Oh, he's dead. I am going in. Come on. I did press the fire button, bro, before he can even come out. That's... Damn. I did the pre-fire, but I don't know why it did not work out. Why the fuck I am? Oh, I'm your teammate. Go for Charlie!
Throwing smoke in there! Smoke going out, look left! Throwing a grenade! Throwing a grenade!
Oh no.
Look out! Enemy medic right over there!
What the fuck is happening? Why my aiming is all over the place? Oh, he's being a snake here.
Smoke out! They're going out! They're going out!
Come on, it was like this. God damn it. Defeat. And look at these icons. They are kept there. They are always there. Oh, I like this map. The Italian map, right? I guess that's not the map we are going to play. If that is not the map, then we are going to play the Star War. Yep, that's not the map we voted for. Look at these things. This is crazy. So the thing is, we are going to play the Star War instead of this one. Today's ping is really high, 175. Jedi. Change the category for the Twitch. Star War. Fallen Order. That's not. God damn. Right, it's done. Let's play this game. I like this game. Lucasfilm Limited. It's fun. FPS games are fun, like Battlefield 1, but if your pings are below 100, it's really good. If they are like more than 100, then you will see the lag and all those things. Even you hit the enemy, it just do not register. And playing Battlefield on the at the 200 ping is just, it's better to play this game instead of the Battlefield. Why we are having this wide screen issue? That's not normal. The app is doing some weird thing. All right, now everything is perfect. Oh, come on, this issue again? Why my screen being tear? God damn it. This is a stupid thing. Can I change it? No. Wait, what? Fuck. This annoying thing. Please stop being an ass and work like a proper PC. So, all right, let's check the window. All right, it is much better. Now it's much better. After this stream, I'm going to install the NVIDIA graphics, NVIDIA GeForce driver. That's really causing the issue. God damn it, I was supposed to go up, not down, you freaking stupid thing. Now we have to go all the way up. Reach the vault. Who is this? Zepho. Just talk too much. That's it. Let me use the. Where is the subtitle? Video dialogue. Audio output. Speakers. Headphone. Where is the subtitle thing? Maybe here. Now we are playing on high maybe. I do not see the subtitle. This is graphics quality, all right. Let's use the dynamic resolution scaling and a subtitle here. This is a random place to put. I like this robot thing. Oh, you guys are not able to hear the audio.
Friends of mine.
All right, let's go back.
Think I found what you wanted me to see.
Sounds like you did. We'll be waiting.
What the heck? Why I can't? Oh. Alright, this place is really big. I think we need to go there, the light thing. Oh no.
Scanning again? I'll check it out.
It's just a cutscene.
My friend, it appears the Zepho had some interest in Dathomir. Strange. For such a peaceful culture to have any sort of fascination with a place so dark.
Come on. Nothing there. Oh, that was close. When I go... Can I make this jump? Or maybe there? Oh no, I'm dead. Oh, come on. We almost died there.
Got a scan? Thanks, BD1.
You passed the test.
So you knew about BD1?
Come on board. We'll talk inside.
Oh, BD1, this is Grease. Hey, Grease.
What is that? Get off my sofa! Get off my sofa! Don't! Get out of there! Get out!
That is BD1. He's with us.
I don't care who he's with. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get oil stains out of petroleum fabric?
Not really.
Oh, I hope you found something better out there than this droid.
Oh, calm down, Grease. He did. Tell us, Cal.
The vault was built by an ancient civilization called the Zepho. A Jedi named Eno Cordova hid something in
Oh, this is way too long name.
a holocron from the archives. It contains a list of Force-sensitive children.
The next generation of...
Force sensitive.
Oh, Cordova, you old fool.
You knew him?
Oh.
A long time ago. I was his apprentice. Cordova was a loner. That little droid and I are probably the only ones that know about Pagano.
Hold on, wait a minute. A hollow what?
A holocron. It stores information, but only accessible to Jedi. Hang on, I think I have one around here. Use the Force.
Like a thrust force or something. Oh.
I regret to report that both our Jedi Order and the Republic have fallen.
With that list of Force sensitives, we could rebuild the Jedi Order and defeat the Empire.
Okay, no problem. Let's get it.
Well, except the holocron is hidden deep inside the vault, and to get it, we have to follow Cordova's path. He mentioned something about the planet Dathomir and a Zepho homeworld.
All right, well, where are we going? I'm just asking because I was thinking of maybe making some food.
Look, before we do anything, I need to know something. How come you're no longer a Jedi?
I had an experience that changed my perspective. So I cut myself off from the Force.
But you still want to rebuild the Order.
I believe that rebuilding the Order is the best chance we have against the Empire. What do you believe?
I believe I can't keep hiding from...
Oh, we didn't have the choice tree like the other game.
Are you with us?
We're in.
Dathomir or Zepho, it's your choice. I'm busy.
Choke. That's it. Use volatile.
Let's plot a course.
You are here. View map. So I have to go there. Search Zepho for ancient tombs. Alright, let's check more things.
Seer, can you feel the Force at all?
Yes. But instead of opening up, I push it back down.
I need a second.
Time to go? Great.
Yep. Let's go to travel to planet. Oh, just hold.
But what?
Yeah.
What is that thing saying? I don't know why people have droids.
Tell that to him.
Can I sit here? No?
He can? Look, I didn't mean anything by it. Droids just freak me out.
What doesn't? You sound like an imp. They deactivate droids just because they can. That makes him one of us.
Huh. Well, tough break. I take it back. You're all right, buddy. All right, we're here. Get in your chair.
Oh, I can. Alright then.
Heck of a storm brewing down there. This might not be the best time to land.
Something strange. Those winds are interfering with our comms.
Hey, Cordova mentioned something about peace in the eye of the storm. Well, I can just make out a settlement in the middle of it.
Then we have to get there.
Copy that. Couple bumps ain't gonna kill you, kid. Unless the wind picks up. Can you tell that bucket of balls to keep his opinion to himself?
I'm sure everything's under control.
Of course, it's under control. It's just a little tricky. Okay, hold on. Huh. Perfect landing. Crazy money, baby.
But I'm still getting a lot of interference on the comms. It's gonna take me a minute to get them back up.
I'll search for signs of Cordova in the meantime.
Good. I'll be in touch Once I crack this.
Good.
Cal, over here.
Let's go that way. Door is locked from the other side. Yep. Of course.
I'll check it out. Well done.
Chest. We have the new chest.
Something we can use?
You can change your poncho in the pause menu. Sounds like a abusive word. Door is locked from the other side. What the heck? We can go. Interesting. Can I go? No. I'm just looking around, trying to find something if we can. We cannot go up, alright. We can we go up? No. What about this way? Nope.
I think it's sealed.
Someone is about to die. Then
Cal, can you hear me?
The Empire. They found Zepho.
If they were following the Mantis, we would have been swarmed already.
Could they be looking for the tombs?
Let's hope not. Just got our comms working. I'll try the same workaround to crack into theirs.
oh boy. Oh no, there are so many. I wish the lock button is LS instead of RS, because I have to press the X button, and both the RS and RS and X button is right side. So sometimes it's tricky. Oh, it's same place. God damn it. Oh. I want to check that place one more time. I think we can go that way. There's so many ways. Oh, it's same. I think we can do this thing. Oh, that's different. Alright, now we are inside. Come here. Oh no, there are so many.
Yeah, okay.
Shoot. I dare you. Oh.
You killed them all.
Yes, sir. I did. Oh.
BD1, over here.
The performance pro, after updating the driver, we start having the issue. Yesterday I was literally playing it on Epic. We have more people. Oh, I think I can do this. Oh.
I won't let you kill me.
Oh, oh, that was new.
I see you up there. I knew this was a bad idea.
That was funny.
Maybe we should go take a look. Hostile approaching. Affirmative. Are you gonna kill us all? I'm not leaving here alive.
Oh, someone is dead.
It's all lies. The Empire just wanted this land.
I see someone below.
Oh. Is dead. What are these things? Can I burn these things? No. Can I? No. Alright. This is close. I think we need to go there. Oh, this is different. These guys are different. Oh no. They just... Oh, I like it. I like it.
Find something?
What? Can I go inside now? Ah. This is broken.
Where are you taking us?
The Empire's forced the villagers from their homes, frightened refugees, shipped off to work camps, or worse.
Let's check that thing. It says the card. We cannot go there. Can we? No. Oh, there is something. There is platform kind of thing. So we have to go there. Can we use this now? Maybe this thing? No. Nope. It's not working. Maybe something here. This is different. Nothing. I think we need to go back. Go back. Oh, I'm stuck. Yep, look like we have to go back. Oh, what was that? Oh, that was close.
Oh, okay. Did you find something, BD1?
And we go. Oh, we can go inside here. All right. Who's there?
Doing okay, BD1?
Let's check that cave thing. Ah, it's freaking locked. God damn it. We have to go that way again.
You seem happy. Mother used this fabric to keep her child warm. They were on the run from something. Stim crate. Should be here. Wait, can you carry more? Thanks, BD1.
All right. There's cave down there. Same thing. We can go down. We can actually go down. Oh no, we can't.
her and go. I'll lead them away.
Buster, no!
It's the Jedi. Firing! Why are you walking like that? Come on, hit him! Hit him!
Oh, okay.
Watch out! Get to cover!
Hey now. What was in there?
Ah! Jedi!
That looks like a problem.
It's reducing the quality of my posture. He's there, right there! You say so. Nice hit! Did you hit him? You'll pay. We can catch him still. He's damaged! Too fast! Range only. Let's do this. Loud and clear. Just viewing.
Time for a stim. Thank you.
Did you see something move? Moving to engage. I should move back. Firing on the enemy. I should kill them all.
My friend, in the rotation since I left Pagano, I've uncovered more about the Zepho than I once believed possible.
Copy. The Jedi! I hit him! We'll get you for that!
What's that?
Hit him! Copy that. Someone's down there! It's not possible! Time to shine. I see you down there. Incoming! I got this. Watch yourself. Squad, fire! Firing! More coming!
Seer, there's a transport ship leaving the Empire's base.
I heard. They plan to bring Zepho artifacts to Coruscant.
Does that mean?
That the Emperor is interested in Zepho? Maybe.
I can't push it.
Hey, an intruder! thing dead? Let's get him. I'm done with this one.
Mariana. Get out of here, Sienna.
Villager was wounded, but he took out a trooper.
There's still no results. I wonder what's gonna happen to us. Stop your worrying. We're not the ones in trouble. getting out of here alive, Jedi.
Oh, okay. Find something, BD1? Huh? I'm looking.
What are you muttering about over there? I was just trying to remember info on the Villac, I think it's called. You can kill it by shooting it. That's all you need to know. In accordance with the Emperor's will, we've occupied Zepho, redistributing its inhabitants. This planet has failed to yield significant data or relics for Project Augur. Its electromagnetic winds have rendered the bulk of our mining technology useless. Meanwhile, more stormtroopers lose their lives to dangerous fauna. We will not be able to fulfill our directive here. It is my recommendation that we disband the project and leave a token outpost to keep scavengers from stealing our technology. See something? It's the Jedi! He's gonna get me! Or kill me!
Hey! So what was in there? What was in there?
Empire's pinpointed your location. You need to move fast.
On it. Thanks.
Who's there? Target spotted. We'll get you for that.
I'm taking point on this pursuit. Those reinforcements are on the way. Take that. Contact on target.
Someone else get in here. Are we gonna win?
Don't follow too closely. Squad mate down. I can take him myself. I'm staying on you.
Come back here. What do we find? I found something.
What do they know?
No mention of Cordova. I don't think the Empire knows he's been here.
Then we have the advantage. For now.
That's interesting. We're on the right track. Can't get through. There's a storm up ahead. Something about it crippled the Empire's equipment. I can feel something pulling me there. Beyond.
Follow it. Let the Force sharpen your instincts.
All right. I'll do my best. Huh. Another one of these. Wonder if they connect. BD1, over here. Never seen a storm do that before. Yeah, it's incredible.
My friend, I believe this to be the earliest Zepho site we've uncovered yet, despite my reservations. I cannot chase the Bogano vault from my mind. Its vision shaped the direction of an entire culture. I must understand why.
A little help. I'm in the tomb. It's massive.
And the Empire?
No sign of them down here.
What about Cordova?
Still not sure what I'm supposed to find. He's a little...
Eccentric? Tell me about it. But he wouldn't send us here for his amusement. Keep an open mind.
Do you see that? Ugh. not just wind rippling through these chimes. Voices. From the past? Seen that before.
BD1?
Ugh. Guess a lightsaber can't solve everything. Oh?
Focus. The Jedi do not seek aggression, but we stand against it. The Force is there to shield us. The obstacles in your path define the path. What stands in the way becomes the way. Now, try again. Good. Continue. Faster now. Complete the test.
What stands in the way becomes the way.
My friend, take a look at the detail on this bark. The distinctive striations. It can only be a Rosia tree from Kashyyyk. It's time to call on an old friend. If the Zepho had contact with Kashyyyk, there is a good chance Chieftain Tarful will know about it.
Okay, I'll look. Zepho crafted this artifact as an offering to the wind. It was destroyed intentionally for some reason. I did it. Okay, I'll look.
My friend, this tomb is utterly fascinating.
were used in Zepho meditation rituals. I think they were training Force users. This was deliberately destroyed. I can still feel the hate of the act. All right, then. Did you find something, BD-1? This Guardian was destroyed long ago.
What did you find?
The Zepho went to Kashyyyk. Cordova mentioned someone named Tarful.
A Wookiee chieftain. They were old friends.
Think he's still around?
There's only one way to find out. We have to go to Kashyyyk.
Did we just open the way for the Empire?